Roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Denton,
Yeah, here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Counselor Holloway.
Okay.
Anybody on the network?
No.
I think
There's
Mike.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Oh, there he is.
Michael.
And he's here.
Okay.
Counselor Harris,
Here. What? Your name Harris?
I'm here.
Y'all got married?
I'm here.
Why is so goofy?
All right. At this time, is there a motion to allow Counselor Harris to participate remotely?
So move.
All right. Is there, there's a second, Counselor Joyner. Mr. Harris, at this time, can you state why you would like to conduct this meeting remotely and where you're conducting the meeting from?
I am conducting a meeting from my home for medical reasons.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointees and employees of City Council, and Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A29 for the discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers and discussion of terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open body would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby.
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Pelham and seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. We shall be back.
Okay.
I have a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
It was Pelham.
No, it was me first. I yielded. I said so moved.
Don't we have?
It doesn't matter, guys. Let's move on with the meeting.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Okay. At this time, do I have a motion to appoint Chris Ward and Charles Bennett to the 250th Anniversary Committee for the Revolutionary War?
so moved.
So moved.
They look, what in the world?
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Who was it? It was.
Chris Ward and,
Counselor
Yeah.
Pelham, Counselor Holloway, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
okay. Certification, please.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. We're calling this regular meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Counselor Holloway. You have a quorum.
Okay. At this time, we will have prayer by Pastor Hart, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Gore. And I apologize, Pastor Hart, before we let you do the invocation, I want to just make an announcement that we ask for a moment of silence. We lost one of our former mayors of Hopewell, Mr. Enix, who was 95 years old and actually was a former mayor back from the 1950s, longest surviving mayor right now. So please, if you don't mind, for a moment of silence. Pastor?
Heavenly Father, on this evening, we want to thank you for this presence. Oh God, we know that you're the guide, guard, and govern. We ask, oh God, that you will govern hearts, that you'll be able to help to make the right decisions that's going to govern this city, to build it up, to glorify it, to bring it in and build it up for a successful place. In the name of our Father, in Jesus' name, amen.
All right. At this time, is there a motion to amend the agenda to remove R1 and R3?
To what?
Can you repeat that?
To remove table items R1 and R3, approval of treasurer's MOU and additional wastewater plant studies.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Holloway and seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Is there any discussion?
I do have a question.
Okay, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
No?
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
No.
Counselor Harris,
Is he on the line?
yeah, he's on.
He's on.
Counselor Harris, can you hear me?
I said no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll change mine to no too.
Okay.
Okay, motion fails 2-4.
Is there a motion to amend the agenda to remove just R3?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham and seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
You can after the roll call. We're right in the middle of it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes.
Call my name.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway,
I don't know what I'm voting on.
The amended
removing
agenda.
R3.
And an amended agenda to just remove R3.
Okay, yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Was that your point of information, Counselor Holloway?
I think the important information was
For the other one, because,
we voted opposite of what we wanted.
we were
wanted
trying to
postpone.
get clarification on the postpone. It failed, but
Never mind.
Okay.
We'll do it when we get there.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any more discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Information presentations, Mr. Bennett.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council, it's my pleasure to present to you Tisha Sawyer, who is our farmers market director, who's going to be giving us a brief presentation about the success of the farmers market this past year and a little bit of information about the coming year 2024 that we're in right now. Just a couple of things about Tisha and her qualifications. She's a certified farmers market manager. We're very fortunate to have her retired. She served in the U.S. Navy, retired chef from Colonial Williamsburg, and has worked with many governments and nonprofit and private sector. Thank you so much, Tisha, and I'll be here with you.
Good evening, Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. For your reference, I've provided each of you with a packet which includes our 2023 annual report, 2024 executive summary, a sponsorship brochure, and my business card, so that you may learn more about the impact the market had last year and where it is heading. As Mr. Bennett said, my name is Tisha Sawyer. I'm a farmers market manager certified by the Virginia Farmers Market Association. Equally as important, I am an employee of the Hopewell Downtown Partnership, a nonprofit organization, as you know, dedicated to the revitalization of downtown Hopewell. I was hired last May, just 3 weeks before the market started, I may add, as its first dedicated full-time market manager for its flagship program, the Hopewell Farmers Market. My mission is to revive and grow the market, establish it as a welcoming and inclusive community hub, and address food inequity and inaccessibility here in Hopewell, thus bringing economic and cultural vitality as well as positive health outcomes to downtown Hopewell. Since May, I've created and put into action a mission statement and robust strategic plan meant to establish the farmers market as the foundation for a Hopewell food hub, which includes new market equipment and infrastructure, new programming and community partnerships, a community garden, a mobile market, a commissary kitchen and co-packer, a retail market store, and the cold and dry storage necessary to support them all. I've also put into place new policies like a new 100-mile radius food origin policy and recruited food growers and makers to address the need for more fresh food options in Hopewell in an attempt to eliminate Hopewell's current food desert designation. Starting with a new market location, day and time, and yours truly last year, the market rebooted in June of 2023 with only 6 vendors and finished the season with 56 rotating vendors and generated over $36,000 in sales, serving 4,000 visitors during only 18 markets. Just imagine what this year's 32 market calendar will bring. We've also included new programming for this year, like the Cook the Rainbow food demonstration and Wonder City Stage live music venue. A few of our 15 themed market events for this season will include an opening day plant sale, Earth Day, a barbecue roundup, 4th of July Patriots Market, Craft Beer Day, National Farmers Market Week, a harvest market, and others. For more information about the trajectory the market is taking, please take the time to read through the 2024 executive summary I provided you all with. As you can see, managing a farmer's market is a lot more than just popping up a few tents each week. It takes leadership, organization, funding, volunteers, and support from the community. In order to attract and maintain enough quality vendors, we need ample foot traffic. Equally so, to maintain sufficient foot traffic, we need an ample amount of quality vendors. It's a balancing act. Did you know the market supports numerous shopping incentives like SNAP EBT program, Virginia Fresh Match, which is a dollar-for-dollar SNAP match for fresh fruits and vegetables, a new senior SNAP and WIC voucher program, Kids Pop Club tokens for kids to purchase their own fruits and vegetables, and a Food is Medicine punch card in partnership with Dr. Morris of Morris Cardiovascular and Risk Reduction Center. For the 2023 season, I introduced live music program every week, a Kids Pop Club providing educational activities centered around fruits and vegetables, and free tabling for local businesses and nonprofits in an effort to provide community outreach. I think it's important to note the market not only spends thousands of marketing dollars each season to bring more foot traffic to downtown, but it plays an important role as a small business incubator, where new startups or small businesses can get an inexpensive and accessible start and allow others to scale up their businesses, possibly even scaling up into a brick and mortar in downtown Hopewell. In addition, I personally provide assistance in navigating the hurdles and challenges of permits, licenses, and the Commonwealth's numerous food laws. I apologize for not introducing myself to you all before tonight, but I've been super busy since the market closed in October, writing grants, creating new programming, soliciting new vendors, attending conferences, participating in professional development, creating an advisory committee, and building infrastructure like new branded tents and a new cargo trailer to hold all of our equipment. In addition, I had some problem solving to do. I needed to find a way to ensure we'd have plenty of produce for the entire season, so I sought out a grant to create my own mini grant program. And for this program, 4 produce growers were each given $1,000 as an investment in their operations. And by doing so, I've enticed more produce vendors to market and ensured an ample supply of produce and locked them into a 25 market contract. We've got some new exciting things happening at the market this year. a lot more produce now, and we're extending our footprint to accommodate more vendors and programs. And we're starting the season earlier. We're starting in April this year, and adding an extra hour to make a 3-hour market. So tonight I have only 3 asks of each of you. 1, please spread the word to your constituents about the farmers market, its programming, and that it really does have something for everyone. Fresh produce, food products, food trucks, live music, activities, and programming. 2, I invite you all to come to the farmers market this season, and when you do, seek me out and introduce yourself. I'd love to share with you what's happening at the market and its importance to not just downtown, but all of Hopewell. Number 3, please continue support the Hopewell Downtown Partnership and all of the valuable resources and services it provides to the city of Hopewell and its residents. Again, thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
If I could just say one other thing. Thank you so much, Tisha. This presentation tonight is one of the requirements, formal presentation before council because of the funding that we received through the farmers market. And so this has been all of the activities and things that Tisha talked about and the programs with the grants and whatnot, those were all funded through grants that she's been able to secure. It wasn't like a regular general funds. So thank you for doing that. So questions?
Okay, I got Counselor Joyner and then Counselor Holloway.
Yeah, I would just like to say that Tish has done a grand job of running our farmers market, as some of the paperwork indicates. We kicked off our initial farmers market 10 years ago, and we had a part-time manager at the time. And that first year was probably one of the better years that we had. But over this 10-year interval, not last year, but year prior, it was either a do or die. We were either going to get it right, or we weren't going to engage in a farmer's market anymore. But last year I was part of the interview team, and after we interviewed Tish, I thought, if this lady can't do it, no one can. And she has just done a remarkable job. And she alluded to the fact that grant money has enabled the market to purchase a trailer. You'll see it around town. It's got the farmers market logo. We really have finally a legitimate farmers market, which is incredibly important to our downtown economy. And I just want to say thank you to Tish, and also thank Heather Line, the executive director of the Hopewell Downtown Partnership, who's also been instrumental in continuing this endeavor. So thank you very much, Tish. Thank you.
Counselor Holloway?
I was just about to ditto, and thank you so much for your hard work. And just like Councilor Joyner said, also thank you, Heather, for the phenomenal job that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
There, thank you so much.
I might add, we were just given a gold standard by the Virginia Farmers Market Association today. So the market has really made its way in the state.
Right.
And I'm hitting up all the good vendors to get them to open restaurants. She's upset at me for that, but
Well, we might have gotten a Mexican restaurant out of it. We'll see.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thanks you guys so much.
thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
All right, communications from citizens. Madam Clerk, do you mind just reading the statement?
A communications from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on a regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406.
Okay, the first person that I have signed up tonight is Rip Ballou.
Hi there, Ripley Blue, Ward 1. I'd like to speak about the ongoing reporting that's happening from the remediation process with the Bob Group. Just remind everybody that every 2 weeks, a new report is online, and I really would urge all of us to read it. It's quite well done, and you can follow every week what's been done. I want to talk about one specific aspect that caught my eye, which is under the risks. And this is reading from the report. These are red flag risks that fall outside the scope of our work. Despite this, the team is pushed to address them in the absence of appropriate leadership and internal controls at the wastewater plant. 1, the city is in a cash crisis with future headwinds. The extraordinary maintenance required by the wastewater treatment plant has exhausted any excess cash reserves that the city has accumulated. If any other emergency occurs, there are no additional reserves left to fund those extraordinary expenditures, and the city is looking at potential budget cuts to do so. And my request is, given the fact, and I'm sorry if I'm speaking on something that's on your agenda, but there are 2 wastewater topics to be discussed today with requests for funds. What is it that the council proposes to cut in terms of services or activities in order to meet these this budget forecast? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ed Hauser?
I'm Ed Hauser, Ward 5. Last council meeting, I was pleased to see y'all made a good decision to keep Beacon Hill Church in their current location. What kind of puzzled me, though, is we had 3 counselors that wanted to move them to a location that 2 other organizations were thrown out of. One received a cease letters for that location. The other one received a relocation letter for that location. So I'm kind of puzzled on that. I think these letters didn't go through the proper channels before they were sent out to these organizations. And I think a null and void letter should be sent to these 3 organizations for the previous letter that was sent to them. Also included an apology letter from all involved who had this letter written. Thank you.
Okay. Next person, Mr. Khan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Khair Khan. I moved from New Jersey, 22. I buy house in the Hopewell, and that time I buy house, tax was $1,300, and after 3 months they put $2,700. So I don't know where I am now.
What do you say?
Rents?
Are you talking about rent, or are you talking about taxes?
Taxes.
Taxes?
Yes.
Have you made an appointment with the assessor to talk about this issue?
Yes, I did.
When did you make the appointment?
Last October.
Last October? Okay. Because the reason I'm asking is because currently, right now, the assessor position is vacant. But I know that there are a couple citizens that have expressed some concerns about theirs, and they're meeting with the finance department. So what my recommendation would be is to give your contact information, like your email as well as your phone number here that I have, to the clerk, and then that way she can get you the proper information to reach out to the finance department.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Sir?
Clerk.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience tonight that would like to speak that did not sign up? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to our public hearings. Madam Clerk, do you mind reading the statement while Mr. Ward comes up for number 1?
Yes, name, address, and reward. And email. All persons addressing council shall step to the microphone, give them name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one may address council more than once per meeting unless granted permission by the presiding officer. Speakers address council as a body, not individual councilors. Questions are asked of counselors and staff through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in the council chamber may be reprimanded by the presiding officer and removed from the meeting upon a majority vote of counselors present, excluding any counselor who is the subject of the motion. See Rules 405 and 406.
Okay. Mr. Ward?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's first public hearing regards a proposed rezoning of parcels 106-0200, 106-0105, 106-0285, 106-0490, and 106-0735. This is a much abbreviated presentation from the one that was 2 weeks ago. And tonight's presentation will constitute your second reading for this rezoning request. Again, the applicant for this rezoning request is Mansour Real Estate LLC, Abu M LLC. The request is a rezoning for an area that constitutes approximately 27.71 acres in Hopewell. The rezoning is located in Ward 7. Existing zoning is B3 and R3, and the request is to maintain the B3, rezone from R3 to R4 with a PUD, planned unit development overlay over the entire project. Future land use is interchange commercial. Public comments, we did not receive any public comments during the Planning Commission public hearing. We did receive one spoken comment at your public hearing 2 weeks ago. That was advocating for inclusion of affordable housing, and the city has received one written comment from a resident of Prince George County who essentially is opposed to the rezoning. Abbreviated staff comments. Staff has found that the project is in alignment with the city's comprehensive plan. That includes numerous departments, so not just development, but as well as economic development, public works, city schools, are all in support of the project. The project provides new and varied housing to the city's housing stock. The proffers that are before you, staff believes will ensure a quality development. And again, all city departments and public schools have provided general support for this project. Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend to you all for approval of the rezoning. And that is the end of my short abbreviated presentation. The applicant will also give a short abbreviated presentation just to bring you up to date on the latest proffers. Jennifer Mullen with the applicant team will be providing the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm Jennifer Mullen with Roth Jackson on behalf of the applicant. I might be shorter than your other speakers here this evening, so hold on one second. There we go. Appreciate your time tonight. On behalf of the owner of the property as well as the applicant, just want to walk you through a few items of interest based on the comments that we received both at the work session as well as the last hearing. And appreciate all of your time on this to create a new community within Hopewell. As was noted, these properties are identified as interchange commercial within the comprehensive plan, which is consistent, as Mr. Ward noted, on multiple levels with the comprehensive plan, as has been presented multiple times to this body, but we'd be happy to walk through those if helpful. The properties are currently zoned B3 and R3, and we're requesting the rezoning from B3 and R4 with a PUD with conditions. These proffered conditions are the main part that I'd like to go over this evening. Proffered conditions run with the land. They are enforceable by this body. I did not do my PowerPoint dance to make this work, but I can walk you through these. Thank you.
And it's PDFs. page down.
Okay, great. There we go. The proffered conditions run with the land. They're enforceable by the city, and they require the approval of city council for any amendments. I highlight a few of the proffered conditions, again, just based on the comments that we received. The proffers require the high-quality building materials. Proffer 4 requires the townhouse units to be differentiated, requires detailed on ends and rear units, requires architectural offsets between the units, requires front elevations to have different materials or features so that the units look different. Proffer 5 requires high-quality materials in the design of the multifamily building. There was a question with respect to the schedule of development. So we've added proffers that the recreational amenities will be installed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the 87th townhouse unit. Proffer 2 requires a building permit to be issued for 87 townhouses prior to the issuance of a building permit for the multifamily building. With respect to the restrictive covenants, so these are the covenants that will go to record prior to the subdivision plat. Proffer 18 requires the association to be responsible for common area maintenance as well as the maintenance of the front and rear yard, so you will have a maintained uniform look throughout the neighborhood. Any lease that is for the property would require compliance with the restrictive covenants, and non-compliance would be enforceable by the board. Therefore, you could again maintain that uniform look throughout the neighborhood. There was an additional proffer related to security, which requires exterior cameras on the multifamily building, as well as the owner providing the city with 2 license plate readers to be placed within the city pursuant to an MOU. There was an additional tree canopy proffer that was added that increases the minimum tree canopy to 20%. These are in addition to the transportation improvements that are proffered to be made along Old Oak Lawn Boulevard, in addition to the high-quality amenities that are provided with the concept plan. The concept plan will remain as shown in Hopewell regardless of the zoning action in Prince George. This layout, these amenities, the high-quality development is what will be built in Hopewell, with the direct and indirect economic benefit that comes along with this proposed development, all in line with the comprehensive plan designation and compliant with the zoning regulations. We come before you with unanimous Planning Commission recommendation as well as staff support. Respectfully request your approval and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Counselor Holloway and then Counselor Joyner.
You call me first, Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to get some clarification on some things. The last time, some of the council members had some concerns, which I believe you answered, but I just wanted to make sure we had clarification tonight. Since this is going to be a joint project with Prince George, so to speak, could you elaborate again on the specific details that if they did not approve the plan as you would like? I believe you touched on something in regards to even if they did not approve that you all still have a plan that wouldn't need rezoning, et cetera. Could you elaborate on that for us?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. So the plan that is, the concept plan that is before you, which is this plan, so you can see that the outlined version in the Prince George area, if that were not rezoned by Prince George, the Hopewell side would be developed exactly as it is in this concept plan. There would just need to be a site plan amendment for the road, which we have assurances that will go through. That is not a rezoning matter, that is just a site plan amendment itself. So what you see before you in Hopewell is what would be built with this development.
All right, I believe that was just the only thing that I wanted to topic on. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application of this entity to rezone parcel number 106-0200 from R3 to R4 with the plan unit development, zoning overlay for parcels 106-0200, 106-0105, 106-0285, 106-0490, and 106-0735.
I second.
Can I ask y'all just to hold your motions and seconds until after the public hearing?
That's true.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I know, you're just all excited. It's the investment and development.
Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing.
All right.
Is there anyone that would like to speak? I don't have anyone signed up this evening. Okay, seeing no one, go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, we'll just say ditto that motion.
Ditto that motion. I make
Second.
that
All right,
motion.
so motion's been made by Counselor Joyner and seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Counselor Denton.
As you all know, the last time I had a lot of questions, and I would just like to thank Chris Ward, who our Director of Development, and Jennifer Mullen, who is the attorney for the company. They were very helpful. I had a long list of questions, and they were very patient, and they answered every one of them. So, knowing what they have told me, I'm going to hold them to that, and I'm really getting excited. I hope this will be a good thing for Hopewell, because that's what I'm all about, what's good for Hopewell. So, thank you again. Thank you.
All right. And I also want to say thank you guys for taking into consideration city council input. We have some developers and folks that come here and blow us off, but I really do appreciate you guys taking the time to add things in there like the style and the architecture, the scheduling, sequencing, environmental improvements, and then also public safety things. Councilor Pellin?
Yeah, I would agree with those statements as well, and a special thank to Mr. Mons for all the work that he's done on this project, and just his stick-to attitude and the presentation and improving the proffers in the city's interests and future interests as well 10 years from now. So thank you so much, Mr. Mons. You're a good Hopewell High School student.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Councilor Holloway,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yeah.
What was that?
Did you say yes?
I said yes.
motion passes 7-0.
All right.
Okay. Public hearing number 2, Mr. Ward?
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, tonight's second public hearing is a zoning amendment request. The request is to add the single-family dwelling use with a conditional use permit as an allowable use in the B3 district. You have heard this before at a work session, but we are considering tonight's presentation as first reading. The applicant for this particular zoning amendment request is Haran Eisauer. B3 districts are located primarily in wards 6 and 2. Currently, B3 does not allow single-family dwelling as an allowable use in the district. And for purposes of this zoning amendment, we have placed ads in the progress index for 2 weeks, and we have mailed out notices. I'm going to show you just 3 images of primarily where the B3 district exists. So I call it the greater Cavalier Square area. So pretty much Cavalier Square and those areas around it as it goes down Oak Lawn to meet up with Winston Churchill. That's the largest B3 area. And then you can see a small area zoned B3 at the intersection of Route 10 and Winston Churchill. And then the third area is up in our marina area, zone B3. So those are the areas that would be affected by this zoning amendment. By adding this use to the district, you are allowing this use anywhere in the district. Staff is proposing that the conditional use permit be a requirement for that so that we also maintain some control over where that use would be allowed even within the B3 district. So during the analysis phase of this application, staff took a look at the B3 district historically, and we've noticed that single-family dwelling use has not been a permitted use in B3 since at least the 1990s. And when we did an analysis of that, the assumption was that it has not been included in B3 because the idea was for these properties that were originally constructed as single-family homes would over time convert to commercial use. But when we actually did an assessment of those properties, we've determined that nearly a third of the properties that are currently zoned B3 still remain being used as single-family homes, which means they're non-conforming. To have such a large number within the district to be non-conforming in zoning practice, best practices tells you that something's wrong with your ordinance. And so staff believes that by adding this use to this district, we'll be correcting that issue that remains within the B3. But by adding on the requirement of obtaining a conditional use permit, again, we will retain some control over where and when that use will occur within B3. Again, in short, staff recommends adding single-family dwelling with conditional use permit approval to Section A of Article 11, B3 Highway Commercial District as an allowable use. The Planning Commission recommends approval of this request. They voted 3-1 to add this use to the B3. And we did not receive any written or spoken public comments for or against this request. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, can you tell us what the dissenting vote was for? I mean, you don't have to say who did it, but.
Sure. The dissenting vote on the Planning Commission, that particular commissioner believed that adding this use to the B3 was not appropriate, and if the intent was to convert these properties to commercial use. I'll have to say, from a staff perspective, this is a pretty difficult decision to make. I understand the purpose of B3 and that the city does have these areas and these properties that we would like to see converted to a commercial use. But the B3 district in particular, because of the requirements with lot size and our city's parking requirements, these lots are just not amenable. Even if the house was to be demolished and removed, the lot itself, you couldn't put a commercial structure on it with the appropriate parking. During the work session, you may not remember, but I had noted that staff is undertaking an assessment of the B3 as a whole. We are looking at those types of issues, lot size requirements, parking requirements. We will be working closely with Mr. Bennett in terms of what commercial developers are looking for in terms of lot size and access issues, so that we can have a full analysis done of B3 and come back to you at a later date and make some significant changes to that district.
And the other question I had was, one of these pages, page 7, I believe it is, it says that the family would have, like, and the other, would have to reapply for a CUP every 5 years.
That was staff's recommendation, yes. So that's a good point, I'm sorry.
That's a recommendation, that's not what it is now?
Correct. So, and I apologize, thank you for bringing that up. Staff's recommendation, and that's,
Well,
For this particular application, we are dealing with the adding the use to the B3 in general.
Okay, that's another question for the
Right.
next public hearing. But you
So
can answer-
there's a part 2 to this, and that's our
Okay.
next public
Okay,
hearing.
okay.
Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can answer it now.
And your question was?
Is it what,
The
one
5
place
year?
it says 5 years, and the next paragraph it says 2 years.
Yes.
So not to exceed 2 years for the date of approval.
Staff had recommended a reapproval timeframe of a 5-year
Okay.
timeframe. Planning Commission wanted to reduce that, and they voted to approve a 2-year renewal.
Okay, so we have to decide which one.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
But again, I'll go over that in the
Next
next
one,
public
okay.
hearing.
But I looked at that area, and it's true, it's mostly residential.
It is.
And if no one's, the requirements for commercial, that's gonna make it even harder to utilize it for some type of business. At least they have very limited parking on, especially Oakland Boulevard, because the parking is
Right.
dangerous to me if you park on that highway, the way people drive around that curve. So anyway, I would be in agreement with changing this.
Thank you. We agree as well. There are some serious challenges with the current requirements under B3 that staff believes we need some serious analysis.
Yeah, I think that's forward thinking. Thank God.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this public hearing tonight? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. At this time, do I have a motion to extend the meeting until we complete R4?
So moved.
All right, I'll second it. Is there any discussion? Was it Counselor Pelham or
Okay.
Counselor Holloway that had their light on?
I had that light on for something else. Go ahead.
But I would like my light on to say, can we extend it through council comments?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
I mean,
Yeah, so extend the meeting until we have,
committee minutes or something. I went to a couple
Alright.
of committee.
until we have final council remarks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, all right, so that ends, public hearing number 2. Public hearing number 3, Mr. Ward?
Okay. I'm sorry, was that vote to extend the meeting or to approve the amendment request?
No, extend the meeting. You said you need a second
Second
public
reading.
hearing for it, correct?
For that one or no?
On this one, on first reading, according to Madam City Attorney, you can take action if 5 or more of you agree to approve this.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
Correct.
Madam
That is
Attorney.
correct.
So I'd like to make a motion
According to the
to,
city charter, that's correct.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to, approve, to approve it, but with the 5-year, not that 2-year. I think that's.
Second.
Okay. Motion is to approve the rezoning recommendation with the 5-year stipulation. Is there any discussion? Okay.
May I make a clarification, please?
Yeah.
At this point, with the zoning amendment, you don't establish condition, you don't have to necessarily establish conditions on the front end, but
Okay.
you can.
All right, so I would like to subtract the condition, because I was just telling Council Pelham, I'd rather not have it at all. I don't.
And that's up to you. You don't have to set any sunset condition whatsoever as council if you
Yeah,
don't want to.
Because I can't, I agree with Councilor Pelham. I
Okay.
don't see how that will work out as a
You,
business.
council will have an opportunity on each individual conditional use permit application to set a sunset clause if you want. I would recommend that's the better way to do it than to establish the 5-year across the board as a zoning amendment.
All right, so I'd like to,
Restate your amendment, amend your motion.
yeah, amend my motion to, as stated by, Mr. Ward.
Can you
So-
restate?
I still second it.
You have to,
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying to just remove the 5-year condition?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So to add single-family dwelling with a conditional use permit to
Yes.
Section A of Article 11 as an allowable use. I think
Yes.
it's, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to public hearing number 3.
So public hearing number 3 is essentially part 2 of this request. So it's going to be the same applicant. And so since you have now approved having single-family use as an allowable use in the B3 district with a conditional use permit request, this applicant in tandem has applied for the conditional use permit to use 2707 Oak Lawn Boulevard as a single-family dwelling. Again, this is first reading, but if 5 or more of you agree to a vote, you can take action this evening. Again, the applicant is Harana Eisauer. The property, this specific property in question for the conditional use permit is 2707 Oak Lawn. That's parcel 0430360 located in Ward 6. It's currently zone B3. You have just added single-family dwelling with a CUP as an allowable use. And so the applicant is requesting the conditional use permit. The department followed all required public notice with ads in the progress index and letters to adjacent property owners. This is a map on the left of the property in question. It's essentially across from the CVS near the intersection of Oak Lawn and Winston Churchill. The structure itself was originally built as a house, has always was used as a house for a very long time, and the previous owner actually had been vacant for quite a number of years and was used primarily as storage for the property owner. In the future land use map, you can see the circle is the area under consideration of where this property is located. That area is labeled corridor commercial in the comprehensive plan. And from the comprehensive plan, it speaks to how the B3 zones is pretty much what we talked about in the previous public hearings, that the B3 zone has several challenges when trying to utilize those parcels for commercial use. And a primary obstacle to the conversion of these properties to commercial use is the parking requirements. So again, I won't go through all this again. This is very similar to what you saw in the last public hearing. And so in this particular case, staff recommended approval of this conditional use permit with a sunset clause of 5 years. And that's staff's thinking was that, you know, if this area does eventually start to transition over to commercial, that in a 5-year time, you would be able to take under consideration what the current conditions are. And if this particular property was more amenable to commercial use, you could deny the conditional use permit at that time. So it does allow us to maintain some control over the property going into the future. Planning Commission agreed with that. However, they thought that a 2-year time frame was more appropriate. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Holloway?
I thought we just removed that 5-year.
So now we're dealing specifically with this conditional use permit as it relates to 2707 Oak Lawn.
Okay.
Yeah, so staff's recommendation was 5 years. Planning Commission wanted to take it down to 2. You all can set it at any level or no level at all.
So staff being your office, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I'd like to make, we at the motion time?
We just need to do the public hearing real quick.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Ward before we open the public hearing? Okay. public hearing's now been open. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak that has not spoken tonight? Okay. Closing the public hearing. All right, Counselor Holloway.
I'd like to make a motion to pass a conditional use permit requested for parcel 043-0360, as stated by Mr. Ward.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to approve it as recommended by staff. It's been made by Counselor Holloway and seconded by Counselor Pelham. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right.
And can I ask one other question?
Yeah.
But these houses too would have to meet the cup requirements, I mean, the, conditions that we put for conditional use permits, right?
Yes, so anyone in B3 who now wants to use in the future a property as a single-family dwelling, you can set any conditions that you like to that application.
But the ones that we set, don't we have conditions for houses now? I mean, could those same conditions be imposed? You know,
Typically,
not just for new construction.
you can set whatever conditions that you like that's appropriate to the application. You have that right as city council.
Okay. The house looks nice, but everyone that comes before us, we just have to look at the condition of the house.
Each case by case. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Counselor Holloway.
I wanted to get some clarification. It might be too late. I don't know, Madam Attorney. When I was saying, as staff recommended, I was talking about like the 5 years that you
The
recommend.
5 year.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harrison.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, were you trying to say something? Okay. Here not. Public hearing number 4, Mr. Bennett.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council, thank you so much. This is public hearing number 2 for this particular purchase, and this is for the proposed purchase by the City of Hopewell of lots 77 and 78 in the Rosedale subdivision. This is a map that shows the Rosedale subdivision, and the 2 lots, 77 and 78, are highlighted in red. The area in purple is labeled as C1, and that area is the property that is owned by the City of Hopewell that is the former landfill. And as you will see, these 2 lots, as we discussed at the first public hearing 2 weeks ago, these 2 lots were somehow omitted from purchase by the city at some time in the past. Public Works is the one who brought this to me and asked me to assist in the procurement of this because of their operations located right at this property line, monitoring the methane that comes out of the landfill. And so I have prepared this presentation, and tonight we are asking for action at the end of this public hearing to approve the purchase of these 2 lots for $15,000 for the City of Hopewell. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this before.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bennett? All right, seeing no lights, go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this that has not spoken or that is interested? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the purchase of lots 77 and 78 in the Rosedale subdivision.
Second?
Do you mind just adding in there for
The
a
amount.
purchase price of
For
$15,000?
$15,000.
Okay.
Parcel ID 0690095.
Where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Second.
Dr. Manker, where's the money coming from?
The economic development has, funds in their existing budget.
Okay.
Yeah, can you say that? Do you mind adding that to your motion, please?
Sure. I'd like to amend the motion to say that the purchase price of $15,000 will be funded through EDA funds.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's not the EDA.
It's
That's not what she said.
Economic Development Department. Not the Existing. authority, the department.
So,
Through your department,
yeah,
through the
economic
economic
development.
development expense line.
Okay.
I
All right.
agree. Second.
Counselor Holloway?
Did this gentleman have any rebuttal to this sale price, seeing that he was putting a house on his property?
So, my conversations with him have been that this is the only thing that we are willing to do. And he did ask for more money, and I told him that we were not in a position to pay anything more than this for it, and so he agreed to that.
Very good.
Wow.
Tom, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no
Better
more
than me, 'cause
lights,
I would've said,
roll call,
"Pay
please.
me."
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Fellows?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
No.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay. Moving on to public hearing number 5, Mr. Bennett.
So for public hearing number 5, I am coming before you today to request approval of the contract to sell the former Department of Social Services building located at 256 Clawson Street to a development company. And the contract is included in the package and in the agenda that we're asking for your approval. A recap of this project: the land is 0.23 acres of land. It is not a historic structure, and it's not defined in the historic district. So it's not qualifying for any type of tax credits, and it's not a qualifying structure by the National Park Service nor the Department of Historic Resources. The land assessment is $60,000. The zoning is B1, and we have negotiated in the contract for a sale price of $60,000, which is the value of the land. There's a 182-day feasibility period. And then there is performance requirements in the contract that was negotiated with the help of the city attorney, myself, and the purchaser's attorney that require that the building be remediated from mold within 6 months post-closing, and the installation of a roof and temporary lighting within 12 months post-closing. During this same study period time, the purchaser's engineers is going to be evaluating the structure to see if it's possible to add 2 stories of residential on top of the building. And we're not sure if that is going to be feasible or structurally possible. This building started its life as a telephone switch building, switchgear building, and so it is very strong as far as the structure goes, but unfortunately it has not had a good roof for well over a decade, and it's very full of mold, and so it's not possible for me to show this to anyone or try to encourage any economic activity in it in its current condition. Thankfully, the gentleman purchasing the building is in the business of mold, fire, and water remediation as a profession, in addition to being a real estate developer, and so has that expertise to help position this building for possible redevelopment. Some of the future uses that we've spoken about that we will be marketing it for is both retail, medical office, and food and beverage entertainment establishments. There's nothing right now that we have definitive. We don't have any pre-leases or anything. We cannot safely walk into the building at this time. So this is, it's a very good news that we'll be able to sell this property and get it into a redevelopment. If the purchaser does not perform anything in the contract, then the property will revert back to the city of Hopewell at just the purchase price plus any pre-approved improvements that are real, but no fees, no soft cost or anything like that. So we're not going to get in a situation where we are paying more for the building than what we sold it for. So that's just some of the clarifications that are in the contract. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Bennett before we open the public hearing? Counselor Holloway?
I was definitely about to ask you that because, you know, we are in that situation with other properties. However, we're still agreeing to pay for improvements. So if they start to make the improvements, however, and still don't accomplish their or hold up their end of the contract, we're still stuck to paying for those improvements.
So here is the way, and you can read the contract language that was negotiated and with the input of the city attorney. But here's the way it works. So if the purchaser purchases the building for the $60,000, we approve that. And then they have not performed everything that's in here.
Correct.
We give them notice, and then with that notice period, if they don't make the correction, then we can move to basically take the property back. There's an assessment done of the value of hard, real improvements.
Right.
No other fees. So for instance, if they had removed the old roof and put a new roof on, then we would purchase the building back at the cost that we bought it, or that he bought it from us, and then the value of those hard improvements.
I just wanted to make clarification because a couple minutes ago we told somebody we didn't have money to pay for anything over $15,000. So I just didn't want us in a position of.
So just to be clear, my statement was for that property, we were not in a position to pay more than the $15,000 for that property. I wasn't making the statement that we didn't have more than $15,000 for that transaction.
Great sales pitch.
No,
Thank you.
that's the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and open up.
No, I'll just wait.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this topic? Okay. Seeing none, go ahead and close the public hearing. Vice Mayor Gore?
I know you just answered this, but I just want to make sure I'm tracking. I'm trying to find it in the actual contract. If the terms are not met and we want to get the building back, what is the purchase price that you said?
$60,000
Plus the hard cost.
Plus the, where is that in the contract?
So section 13, I'm displaying on the screen. Post-closure purchaser responsibilities. And this also conveys down to if there's an option made by the developer to another person, let's say that someone came in and he was trying to flip the property, those same requirements would go down to that.
Where does it say the amount in number 13? I don't see that.
It's not the amount, Madam Vice Mayor, it's the last paragraph. It states, real
Failure.
property improvements shall.
Page 7.
Yeah, I'm sorry, page 7, the last paragraph, last sentence.
Oh, let me try page 8.
We might.
Okay, there we go. I just want to make sure because we had some issues in the past
Right.
where staff put, not you, cost of the assessment versus like it was in the what they put in the contract was a higher value.
Oh, yeah, no, no.
And that's why I was like, I want to see what
Correct.
the verbiage is here. Okay.
Yeah, so,
All right.
so the thing is that, yeah, we don't want to, we don't want to get in that situation, but we also want to value the investment of the development. There's all kinds of reasons things may not be able to be 100% completed.
Correct.
And so it's only proper that if we're purchasing it back and there's been $100,000 worth of a new roof put in or whatever that number is, that the value of that real.
Yeah. Where does it define the hard costs?
So it says that it's essentially the actual value of real property improvements made with the property at the time of the notice of default. So when we give the default notice, they can't go spend a bunch of money after that. So at the moment we do that, and it says that it shall not include any soft cost or drawings, engineering, project management, or similar developer fees.
Thank you so much, because that was another issue that we had when people were trying to stick that with us.
Right.
So what is the definition of real property improvements in here?
So real property improvements,
in here.
it's a legal term.
Right.
Real
Okay, just
property.
Okay, just want to make sure, but where's that here still again? Because there was debate over that same question because it wasn't in the contract.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney on this.
Yeah, it's not in the contract, but it is an industry standard that real property improvements always include any improvements made to the land or the building. So anything that is a fixture or anything that attaches to the land is a real property.
I understand, but here's what I'm trying. You need to put it in the contract because you were not here for this. Okay, so all my comments not relate to you so far. Good job. We got stuck because there was debate over what were real property improvements, and we did not have those defined. And then the same conversation was, oh well, it's an understanding, but where's the understanding? Same thing happened with breaking ground. What do they consider breaking ground? What do we consider breaking ground? So, I mean, it became a whole to-do. So you did a really great job of putting in the soft cost because that was also something they were trying to get us on. So I would just say, great job for this. I would just make them, if and when this passes, that we literally define, or as much, I'm not saying literally put find a way to put the verbiage in there for that, the universal understanding in this, so that it's very, very clear.
So we could,
trust me,
we could add that to the motion tonight. I'm asking for action tonight. This is the second hearing on this. And so we can add to the motion that the definition of real property would be included in the contract.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the council, and as defined by our attorney, because if something were to happen, we would need the attorney to be the one to.
I'd be happy to bat it back and forth with Mr. Bennett. We've been doing it for a while.
That's just my only condition or concern. So thank you for, you said what?
I said that, good caveat.
Thank you. So thank you for what you have so far. Really good.
Thank you.
So is there a motion on the floor to approve it with the addition of the real property industry standard definition?
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Joyner and then seconded by Pelham. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Holloway?
So you said the standard definition. So to have you're gonna add in the language about the earth and its permanent structures on top of the earth inside the contract.
Whatever the legal understanding of real property is. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right, roll call. Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to regular business, R1, Dr. Manker.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight, R1 is the memorandum of agreement approval. And this agreement is between the city and the Treasurer's Department. This change reduces the decentralization of specialized positions and is meant to improve the overall coordination and supervision of finance-related activities. So tonight, staff is recommending that city approve the MOA between the treasurer's office and the city of Hopewell.
Are there any questions? Okay,
I'll wait
seeing
for
no.
discussion.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the treasurer's MOU with the finance department?
So moved.
You said to, say it again now, I'm sorry.
Motions to approve the MOU or MOA?
I thought we was tabling
It failed.
Well, can we substitute a motion?
So motion's
Well, no
been-
one made the motion. He's asking
Yeah,
for a motion,
so
so you can make
Counselor
whatever
Denton
motion.
made the motion. I'll second it. All right, discussion.
Substitute.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Substitute motion.
A substitute motion?
Y'all can go ahead before me. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we postpone it until the treasurer speaks to the consultant and come back to us.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor is to table it until she meets with the Robert Bob Group. And it's been seconded.
Well,
Vice Mayor Gore.
Well, one thing I would say, I think there needs to be a date on that.
I was about to say the date.
I say 2 weeks to give them time, personally, if this passes. My only other addition to this is whoever's motion gets the votes, please consider adding for there to be a similar MOU drafted by the city with the school's finance team and the Beacon Theater.
Yes, and
That's fine. We can make that a
yes.
separate motion.
So whoever's motions, the one that's supreme.
friendly amendment.
To add that.
Who made the motion? Council Pelham,
I
right?
did.
Do
Council
you
Pelham.
accept the friendly amendment?
Yeah.
And I accept the second.
Okay. Let's see, Counselor Joyner, I think that's all your light.
Yes, I'm commenting on the motion that is being considered right now. I think I just want to make sure that the public understands that this is a memorandum of agreement between the treasurer's office and, the city of Hopewell. And it's been recommended by the Robert Bob Group. Whether we do it tonight or in 2 weeks, I just want to reiterate that it's a very important document, and it will be important to maintain the fiscal stability of the city. That's where I stand, whether it's tonight or in 2 weeks.
All right, Counselor Denton.
May I have a comment too?
Okay, you'll go right after Counselor Denton.
If he wants to go.
Okay.
Okay, Counselor Denton's deferring to you, and then she'll go.
I can go first?
Yes.
Okay. I too am in favor of this motion, whether we do it tonight or later. I am strongly in favor of this because I think it's in the best interest of our city. And I just wanted to reach out to the council to make sure that we stay in tune with what is involved with this memo. And because I think it's a step in the right direction. Like I said, I'm in favor of it, whether it goes tonight or in the future. But I think that we, as a council, have worked together on an issue for one time that I've seen, and I'm real pleased with that.
Okay, Counselor Denton.
Yeah, I would just like to kind of piggyback on Councilor Joyner. You all, the taxpayers, we're all paying a lot of money for the Robert Bob Group to come in here and to make suggestions and to show us the roadmap of getting back financially solvent. And I feel like they are the professionals, and it is my responsibility as the counselor of Ward 5, and I think most of the citizens in my ward want this resolved. And this was recommended, this MOU was recommended by the Robert Bob Group. And as far as I am concerned, That's all I need to know. I am in favor of taking their advice, because if it doesn't work out, guess what? We go back to him. But if we kick this can down the road, I'm not going to be responsible for it. I'm just not. I have been for many years. People like to blame me, and I'm okay with that. But I feel like now we've got to do whatever it is we have to do to get this city financially moving in the right direction. And it may hurt, and we may not agree with all of it, but if the end results tell us we've got a good city and we're moving in the right direction, I say hallelujah. And I'll do what I will follow the directions of the Robert Bob Group.
Okay, Counselor Holloway, and then myself.
Okay, I had a point of clarification, I guess information, I don't know. I thought this memorandum was supposed to put that they
It's
will
not the
report
edited
out.
one.
Huh?
It's not the edited one.
Yeah, this is not the edited one, so why are we voting on the one that's not edited? Remember we gave her
Dr. Maker and
we gave you a directive last time to put an edit on here, it's not updated.
No, this is not the updated one, so in the final, version, we need to add, what would you like updated?
So somebody put a request to, I think, vote on this tonight, even though, and this is not even the correct thing we're supposed to be voting on.
it was a supervision agreement.
We're on
that
the
needs to be
substitute
updated.
motion now.
I'm sorry, what, I don't understand the question.
For the MOU, in closed session, we had a conversation, I'm not trying to disclose it, but there was a recommendation that was amenable from both parties in terms of supervision.
In terms of
And
supervision.
that is not
Well,
reflected here.
Not supervision, but, there wasn't a request for supervision clarification to have a report out to that office.
To whom the accountant reports to.
Right, that's a
Not
reporting
who they
relationship.
report to, but to give a report. She just wants like a
Oh,
actual information given to
the
her.
dotted line information she
Right.
reporting. Mhm.
Correct. Like a report out, not report to.
So the conversation tonight was prior to this agreement, so if it's to be approved today, we would need to add that language in
Right, that's what I'm
the-
saying. Right.
So, I mean, if that's one of the, points, holding up, then, I mean, we could just do exactly what we did with, the real property definition. We can always approve this with this condition,
With
but, I mean, it's still gonna end up passing to table it. And I will vote for it then in 2 weeks, but right now, I'm similar mindset that, Counselor Denton has, I'm ready to move forward with this, and, if she wants
I
to.
mean, I'm agreeing to it if we're gonna put that caveat in there. I mean, because it won't even matter if we vote for it tonight. We're just voting that we approve it. She still has to agree to it. So if we're gonna put that report out to her in there, then I'll agree to go ahead and pass it tonight.
So, is that a friendly amendment to your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're on the substitute motion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that
Or-
a friendly amendment to your substitute motion?
That, he seconded my motion.
Right, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was his. I apologize.
No, it was
The
I
first
forgot.
amendment
Yeah, the
motion,
first
you can't
motion I'm
vote
talking about.
on, you
Well, I
gotta vote
know,
on the
that's the one that
substitute.
Counselor Denton made, but
Right.
I thought he made the substitute. I apologize. Is that something that you're amenable to?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
Okay.
Because my light was on as well. I
Okay.
just think you have to give people an opportunity to speak to one another. 2 weeks, we waited longer for more, other things as well. And so I think the agreement in the end will be agreed upon, but I would like to give the young lady an opportunity to talk to the consultant herself. And then I agree with the agreement, but I just want to give her an opportunity to voice her voice.
Okay.
agree.
Vice Mayor Gore?
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's important for reporting purposes that we make sure it's understood that, again, all 7 of us agree in the MOU. We agree in the intent and we agree with the purpose. Where you may see some disagreement tonight is the time frame in which to just go ahead and to pass this because of some questions / concerns raised in closed session. It still does not negate the fact that everyone says to pass it. So I just want to make sure when people are repeating what they hear tonight or when there's a story written to make sure that it's very clear that all 7 of us support and want this passed. The only thing that some of us who may vote to table this for 2 weeks is only trying to provide the treasurer with the respect to be able to talk to the consultants to address some areas of concern or for them to have some resolution. That is it. It was made very clear where we stand as a group. And so I do not want to hopefully see information out there that those of us who may choose to ask for a 2-week delay do not want this done. We don't believe there's an issue and all these et cetera, et cetera. To be clear, we all agree that this should be done. Just want to make sure that's very, 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 very clear because there's a lot of misinformation, people getting riled up over stuff, and it's really important if we're going to work as a team that we truly actually work as a team. And if a member of the team is saying, please give me grace for 2 weeks, understanding all of our position is to move forward, I think that we can accommodate that. So, again, we all agree this should be done. So I'm going to support 2 weeks, and that is it, to table it. But I will support this version or any amended version that they come up with together.
Okay, Counselor Denton?
I'm going to address my question to the city manager. And when this was put on the agenda, was it not understood that she had read it and had agreed to this?
No.
It wasn't until this weekend that she changed her mind, right?
No. She said she didn't read it.
Or Friday,
didn't know.
whenever.
You can't speak for her.
I can't speak for the treasurer. The treasurer, we had conversation in closed session. She provided her version. And so I think we should respect the council's choice of whether 2 weeks is March the 12th. But you have the opportunity to approve whatever version that comes out of this today.
Thank you.
Okay.
I call for the vote.
Point of information. Sorry.
Oh.
If she's done. Is she done?
Are you finished?
Don't you,
I have to yield to you. You have
after
the floor.
me?
Yep.
Okay. This is very important. And I would like to see council vote 7-0, but, you know, that's entirely up to everybody.
We are.
But I feel like we have to move forward. And I'm ready to move forward. And I have heard nothing that has changed my mind. And I will vote to pass this tonight.
Okay. Seeing no more
I
lights?
had a point of information.
Okay, go ahead.
If this passes tonight to adopt it, this cannot take effect unless the treasurer's office agrees to sign it.
Yes,
That's right.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So legally, is it in our best interest to see if both parties can come together?
Could we be agreeing to
To
nothing?
come to a conclusion.
I will say this.
Before we.
I will say this, Madam Vice Mayor, any memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement, it is not effective until all required signatures are on the document.
So we'll
And
be
I'll leave it
wasting
right there.
time to vote.
I'll let city council make the decision it needs to make.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, my light is on.
And this one also
Okay.
be clear. Just my last point with / thing. I just also don't want it to, because it's not fair for her not to be present right now to also say I don't also want to be reported that she didn't agree to sign this or she didn't want to do it. She had concerns that she wanted to have addressed. So I just want to make sure that it's also fair for her to know, for her that she wants to have a conversation and come back to us. And we're saying 2 weeks. And for those who want to agree, that's fine. But we've made it clear 2 weeks, and that's it. But so it's not fair if it's reported like we approved it and she refused to sign it or whatever. It's just
That's not the case.
want to make sure that that's clear as well. Because as of today, if we were to pass this, air quotes, she's not going to sign it because she has questions. So it's don't make it like it's defiance.
All right, Counselor Harris?
I just want to say and find out in regards to this issue is that I think it's real important that that we all come across the finish line at the same and on the same level. And if what it takes is for us to wait, I don't see us kicking the can down the road. I just see us working together, which is what we always attempt to do. And I think that this would be us working together. After what I've heard tonight, I'm willing to wait until March the 12th. So what it is that I'm in favor of is waiting until March the 12th, because I think then it's not going to change anybody's mind that it's for this thing. It's just that we have to finish this thing together. And now together, the treasurer is included in this. Her name is going to be on there for signature also. And I would sure like to have it when we get across the finish line. Thank you.
I'd like to call for the vote.
All right. Is there any objection to the call to the vote? All right. Hearing no objections, this is a vote on the motion to table for 2 weeks.
Mayor Parton,
No.
Vice Mayor Gore,
I do have clarity. I thought you accepted to say that the finance, that they will have an MOU for the school's finance and the Beacon as well to your motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes,
I agree. I thought I said I said. I
Yeah, but
agree.
it's not in what we're voting on right now. Your motion is incomplete.
I mean, technically, I think we should have separate
Well,
motions on it.
that's how you
No,
feel. but
we
she-
added a
they
friendly
added it.
amendment, and I agreed to the second.
Right.
earlier.
Okay.
So the motion on the floor is to postpone this for 2 weeks until March
Correct.
12th, and for the city manager to work to develop a MOU with the school's finance team and the Beacon Theater regarding their finances.
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
No.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Joyner,
No.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay. Moving on to R2, the budget calendar. Dr. Maker?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, tonight you have before you the budget calendar. Should be sweet and simple. The first work session is scheduled for March the 14th, and that's when the budget objectives will be presented to council. And then we will have work sessions with all departments in their presentations. So tonight, staff is recommending that city council approve the proposed adopted work session for FY25 budget calendar.
Okay. I got a question.
Sure.
And maybe this might be something for Mr. Branson online. The one thing that I thought about with this calendar is it looks like we're discussing budget objectives, we're discussing tax rates, we're discussing, I think it's even the school's budget, yeah, school's budget, or excuse me, advertising it beforehand, and then you're proposing a budget to city council. Wouldn't it be better to discuss revenue projections prior to you rolling out a budget?
Say what?
So we're talking about, so she has here March 7th, discussion of city manager budget objectives with city council.
March 7th?
14th.
14th, I apologize. I have written down on my notes that
Oh, okay.
my recommendation would be that we probably should move that up a week and include discussion on revenue projections. because I think that that's going to take probably multiple iterations, and it needs to certainly be done before discussing tax rates.
Amen.
We talked about that.
Well, you think? Because
Well, I mean, how's she going to know what to advertise?
So,
Oh, you know, we'd advertise a max rate. It's what they've done, what you've done in the past.
Right.
Who is that?
Russ,
Mr.
he just
Right.
said that. He said it during the retreat. That's
Right,
what they
I
were-
understand that, but I mean, shouldn't we, I mean, I personally think that we should probably have some discussion on revenues before,
I do too.
have,
I mean, I
I just
agree.
think that we need to have it at the very beginning,
how you gonna
before.
know, how you gonna know your revenues?
I guess that's where I'm going with this. I
This
mean, I
is
just,
passed.
I don't see how, you present a budget without a little bit more discussion with revenue projections beforehand.
I mean, I don't know if you're
Your
done before or
projection
not.
would
This-
come from your tax base, right? I mean, all the revenue that we had in the past, same M&T, real estate, commercial, whatever.
Yeah.
Last year we did with the mayor's accident, right? She came with the projections, I mean,
I don't think
the
we
last
did.
budget time.
No.
This is how we've always done the
So-
budget cycle. So I think
so-
the question should be phrased a little differently.
right, so the budget calendar just mimics last year's calendar.
Oh,
And every
well,
year
that's the
before
problem,
that.
then.
Right,
What's the
every year
problem?
it's
So
been
I
the
think
same
that-
way.
So I think it might probably be a good idea to do revenue projections beforehand. Counselor Denton?
So the finance,
Mr.
the
Branson's
finance
recommendation?
department puts together the budget calendar. And we sit down and talk about certain things that need to be done at certain times. But they're responsible for producing a budget calendar. So this is approved by the finance department.
In committee?
The,
Well, he's on the
The-
line,
Yeah.
Russ. What do you think?
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
Mr. Branson, what's your opinion?
Well, I'll say that, yeah, we do have, I think I'm fine talking about revenue earlier just by itself. We do have revenue projections, at this point. And so the, that the context of that'll give you kind of a direction where we're going, right, with total revenue. And of course, the full context is when you add in expenses as well. So we should have a draft budget by the end of this week with all the department kind of final input for a first draft. So we could do that. I'll just say that. And I think if we're talking, in terms of tax rates, it would help give some context of what we're talking about. But the real context comes when you add in the expenses and what would do with that extra money.
Okay. I mean, that would be
So-
my only recommendation, is that we do revenue projections on March 7th. Along with your discussion of budget objectives with
You
council.
keep saying March 7th. What are you
No,
talking about?
he's
I'm
adding
saying
March 7th.
adding one,
Yeah,
Adding one?
but keeping March the 14th as the.
correct, because you still got two other items on there.
How many days does Mr. Russ need?
So we chose the budget objectives March the 14th because that'll give us opportunity to finalize the budget for the departments.
When I'm talking about the 7th, he just need the 1 day to do
Well-
revenue projections and expenditures?
Mr. Branson, can you hear the question?
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll be ready to talk the full budget. I mean, to give you something by the 7th, we'd have to have it out there like a little earlier. So you're talking just over, I mean, the 7th is next Thursday, right?
Right.
A week from this Thursday.
I just don't think it was planned for that early. Maybe we can push back the budget objectives and include the revenue on the 14th instead of the.
I mean, you can keep the objectives where they are. I mean, he just said, that, we already have projections, for revenue. Why not talk about them early?
What about the 12th of March?
I think that's a regular council meeting.
Oh, it is, okay.
That's what I'm saying. He's already said he's already has them. If you already have them, why are we going? Yeah. I mean, he already has the stuff, why wait a month and a half? Vice Mayor Gore?
Thank you. I just want to get context here. So just to be clear, I definitely support having conversations about projections ahead of time. I tried to get that done the last couple of years, and we didn't get any support to make those changes because we were making budgets without any projections. So I definitely support that change, but this is following historical precedent. So in regards to that, I just want to get context. Are we talking about projections because you want to see how much the tax rate is going to be? Because my question is, I think we might need to adjust this altogether because as we discussed in our strategic, I don't even want to call it a strategic planning session. It was a retreat / finance discussion. Finance director said that they was going to advertise at the highest so that way we can have wiggle room to pull down. He gave us the projections for how much those monies would yield in new revenue at our meeting. So I guess the question is, I think that we need to narrow down our budget objectives to see how much those may cost us in order for him to also compare it against revenue projections so that way we can see what we need to have for taxes. I think that we need to have the conversation regarding budget objectives first too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
Like I said, it don't matter to me.
I can see the change now, okay?
yeah.
March the 14th, revenue discussion, and then we can add the department in budget objectives to the 21st, and schools can just be added with the departments as well.
Say what?
So we can combine the work session for staff and schools together on the 21st.
So say what you just say the thing again.
Revenue discussion on March the 14th.
Along with our budget objectives.
No, just revenue discussion. And then the budget objectives on March the 21st.
I think we need to keep budget objectives with the revenue projections.
Yeah, but the budget objectives also include department requests and presentations. So are we moving?
Don't forget, we had objectives from our retreat that we never circled back to. We need to close the loop on that conversation, and that wasn't your doing. It was others at play. But we need to. There's a higher level conversation regarding council's budget objectives besides the staff department requests. We need to talk about health insurance. We talk about if we're going to support some of these initiatives that came out of our conversations that will help drive y'all to also include our conversations in the budget. I personally think that you should have budget objectives and Robert Bob group come back with our feedback that we had to narrow down what we want to see as well, along with those revenue projections. And I think that should be first and then bring in the staff stuff.
So we're moving staff to the 21st regardless. With all other presentations. Are you okay with that, Mr. Mayor?
So you're saying we're going to move back all of those March 14 work sessions onto the 21st with schools?
Or add another date. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to.
Well, schools has indicated that they may not be ready that day, so that's a question mark for anyway. So we can take advantage of that day being open.
So the 14th would be objectives and projections together.
Yeah.
And then make the 21st for sure staff and discussion of outside agencies, and then find a way to squeeze the schools in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is everybody else fine with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
So do I have
Got to get the figures together. Fine with that, Mr. Brunson.
Mr.
He already has
Okay.
them. That's why I don't. That's why I don't understand why I wait a month and a half.
We're following the template as before. No one said to do these changes. This is like right now.
This is
So,
why we've got professionals here.
Right, but council drives it, and every year before, but the professionals said to do it. Council never want to do it. I'm just saying the tone is kind of like we had this conversation and we didn't.
I know darn well Michael Terry never made that recommendation.
I know I did, and I know I didn't get 4 votes. So I'm just trying to make sure. But so for my question too is for delinquency money. is Russ, Mr. Branson, I'm so sorry, I call you by first name. Circling back to that request that I had asked for council to consider as well for delinquent payments and that conversation regarding our contracts and stuff. Are we gonna have that conversation during these work sessions? I don't see that, or do I need to add it to an agenda?
You know, I'll just say one thing in terms of I can talk about what the budget assumptions have been and what we could continue forward just in terms of delinquency. But in terms of collections, and I'm also thinking, a lot of the forecasts come from the assessor, which I'll talk about what that is. But then Commissioner of Revenue does a lot of the other tax forecasts, so we should see if she could come as well on that night.
So are you saying potentially add it to that 14th day, or should it be a separate agenda item?
Well, it depends how deep we can get into this. I think we can definitely touch on at least what we assume in the budget for that, and it may require
a subsequent meeting,
a deeper conversation. But we can talk about it. I can talk about it in light of what the assumptions have been and what we're proposing for the budget in terms of delinquencies, because there is a revenue projection, and then there is assumption there'll be some manner of delinquencies in real estate, right, that will reduce their revenue overall.
Okay, council, is everybody amenable to that?
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So
motion?
yeah, let's have a motion. I'll say, I get in trouble when I ask for general consensus.
I move to adopt the proposed city budget calendar with the amendment that March 14th will be discussion of the city council's budget objectives, along with revenue projections and delinquency information, and that we will adjust March 21st presentation and work session to include staff presentations and outside agency requests.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. We have a tabled R3, R4, Mr. Thompson.
Why did y'all take this? I'm not voting for the
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council. I'm here tonight to request a budget appropriation for Hopewell Water renewal. The major issue that is at hand right now is insufficient funding to carry Fund 32, which is the facility fund for Hopewell Water renewal, through the end of this fiscal year. Several reasons for the insufficient funds is we had one big expense that carried over from FY23 to FY24. Some of you may or may not know we had some issues with our oxygen plant that required some emergency purchases of liquid oxygen and some emergency repairs to the facility to maintain compliance and industrial treatment in what we call our UNOx tank, where the liquid oxygen is supplied to. We also had some expense line items that have been kept flat for several years and did not account for inflationary cost increases, and some of these accounts were utilities such as gas, oil, water, electricity. We also had some chemical accounts that were under budgeted and underestimated for usage and cost increases on the chemicals. We've also this year experienced several emergency repairs that were not budgeted, which have also depleted some funds in different line items. For example, we had a switchgear breaker fail in our centrifuge building, which basically put us down for processing sludge in the facility. And then while we were using emergency generators to get the centrifuge back up and running, we had a transformer blow outside the building, so the whole building was without power. And these funds, the expenses will be covered by accumulated revenues from over the past several years from miscellaneous revenue out of the Enterprise Fund 32. And staff is recommending that City Council approve this budget appropriation of $6.5 million to cover the accounts over budget, as well as current and future expenses until the end of June this year.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Thompson? Counselor Holloway?
You said this money is coming from where?
from the miscellaneous revenue from accumulated surplus funds and miscellaneous revenue from Fund 32, which is the facilities enterprise fund.
All right, so the enterprise,
This is the facility fund. This isn't the sewer collection fund.
okay, so this isn't the expensive. I'm trying to,
Can I ask a question while you?
yeah.
Counselor Pelham?
Oh, you saying so $6.5 million went in the miscellaneous fund for Fund 32?
Yes, ma'am.
And traditionally, has that always been that much? My memory doesn't serve me well.
Oh, for
For
a single fiscal
miscellaneous,
year?
for a fund called miscellaneous and $6.5 million don't sound good to me. I mean, who would put that much money in miscellaneous, not identifying
Right.
something?
We have a, and I've had some meetings with Mr. Branson and some collaboration over this, and if he needs to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong on anything, but we have a miscellaneous revenue line item, or that anything that's hauled waste, we've heard a lot of mention about leachate revenue and septic hauled waste. We also have some hauled waste that comes from the DuPont facility across the river. That is all unbudgeted funds in the facility. That's not part of the operations and maintenance payments that are made. That's miscellaneous revenue that the facility brings in that's unbudgeted.
And is that, Mr. Brunson, healthy to put that type of money in miscellaneous? Is that normal? Mr. Russ?
I didn't know if I heard the whole question. There's someone else talking, but I'll say miscellaneous revenues is a bad name for it, right? For
Yeah.
exactly,
Right,
Councilmember Pelham, what you're saying, and Dickie and I have, or Mr. Thompson and I have talked about this in terms of just changing, there's hauled waste, because there's other things that are in there as well. So there's hauled waste, there's permit fees, things that are kind of truly kind of a miscellaneous. I think historically somehow there used to not be much money in here, and when they started getting some money, somebody said, "We'll just put it in miscellaneous revenue," and never made the change. So yeah, that's it. I mean, I've made the same observation. That's way too much money for miscellaneous revenue. But I want to say two things. That in terms of the budget is going $6.5 million over budget, and there's kind of two ways to fund this, and there's some other things going on. One is to say we're just going to take it out of accumulated revenue, and by my as you all know, we don't have, you haven't had a clean audit since I believe 2015, so we're not completely certain at this point exactly how much money, accumulated money, Regional Water has. But I've done kind of not better than a back to the envelope calculation, but I've done a calculation that says they would have enough to cover this. However, it puts their cash at a very low point, and they're not going to have enough to do all the capital they need to do in the future. So this is an ongoing discussion with the industry folks and the city in terms of these cost overruns. We're working to get to a position to have this conversation in the next couple of weeks. But right now we need to increase the budget just because for continued operations, they will be over budget, and we don't want them to exceed the appropriation. We need to have this conversation. But it could be reimbursed by industry in terms of the annual true-ups, or they're just contributions to this. It could be funded by, and now we're saying if that doesn't happen, it would just come out of accumulated revenue. And unfortunately, and someone mentioned this earlier in the public comment, that one of the risks that Robert Bob Group has identified is this cash crisis, and the cash that the city has is all just in one pool. So we talked about, yes, this is accumulated funds for Regional Water. It's also the monies the city as a whole uses as their working capital for cash flow purposes. So that's been exacerbated, right? So that problem's been exacerbated, not by this budget adjustment by what's happened over the last 8 months.
But you asking us to vote for something that says asking the industries to pay for item number 2 of 300,000?
No, that's not, that's
different
not.
item.
Oh, that's a different item.
A different item.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying we're on ongoing discussions with industry because there is a shared funding of all of these costs for operation of the regional water plant with industry in the city.
Right one.
I was just about to, that's why I had this pause, but you've already spoke on this matter because my concern was, even though there's this enterprise funding, the city's operating off of this one account. And I was gonna ask where on earth this money was gonna come from. But
Yes, and it's a really difficult situation. The problem is you got to keep running the plant. Most of the overrun in expenditures has occurred, and but with the oxygen plant issue last year, and then some other issues that have come up, as well as some historical under budgeting last year that Mr. Thompson wasn't a part of, and we're doing the budget for this year will adequately reflect what we believe the cost should be, not just carryovers from previous years. So that will help. We're on the road to fix it, and I'm hoping we get to a point where we can get the industry to. And I think based on what they said in the last commission meeting, they have a willingness to do true-ups prior to all of the financial reports being done, and that could also help the city's cash position as well.
So I understand where the money is budgeted from as far as having a line item, but where's this money literally coming from?
Yeah, so literally, it's coming out of the city checking account. There's that. The question is, do we think they've accumulated enough money to have that? When we get to the end of all of the financial reports are done, one of the findings of the financial reports is going to be, well, how much money is in the general fund? How much money is in the Fund 32
Correct.
for regional water, right? And so I think that we will have it. We do have enough in there, but I don't have an audited number that says we do. I just have a calculation. And that's why I say it comes out of the entire pool,
Right.
which is the pool the city uses for its cash flow.
Correct. So you put in all.
And most of it's already come out.
What's mostly came out?
Most of the $6.5 million, in terms of the overspending, most of it has already happened, which is why this regional water is getting closer to its.
So what is the request if most of this money?
Because because they need to continue operating. So as they continue operating, they will exceed.
Can I give a clarification because you're
the-
answering stuff that I'm not asking you?
Okay.
$6.5 million. What is the request tonight? If most of it has already come out, what is the remaining amount that's being requested? If some of it has already been overspent, and you said
$6.5 million is the estimated total overspending for the year above what was approved in this year's budget.
So if, Mr. Branson, if I may help clarify what you're asking.
Please.
I don't know, we did an exercise back in December to come up with what this number potentially could be. And we looked at what we currently have as overruns on several line items. For example, the liquid oxygen, we spent this year close to almost $4 million in just liquid oxygen to keep the oxygen plant running.
Right.
So we overspent the account.
So this money is already
Point of information. Listen,
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask the city manager a question real quick.
Okay.
My point of information is, this is just an exercise to ensure that the budget has been reflected to show a new appropriation, because the money has already been spent.
Yes.
That's what I was about to, thank you.
That's all we need to settle in.
It's
Right.
accounting.
It's just, and it also includes what we need after what's already
We're
been
not
spent
finding
to
money.
make it the rest of the 60.
That's exactly what I was about to
And that's
ask.
all he's trying to figure out.
Thank you very much. That's all I need
Can I have another
clarification.
question?
And I have my light raised.
All right, so it's Counselor Pelham, then Denton, and then Gore.
Because I was about to say.
Have you confirmed that all the contracts that wastewater have are active and still the people that have contracts and money going to them for services are valid?
As far as contracts for chemical
A
deliveries.
ghost contract?
Yeah, all of our contracts are valid. We still receive chemicals. We still have contractors doing repairs and maintenance on site.
Give you what you order, what do you contract with them for?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they, these unique companies that they're the same company we've had for 20 or 30 years?
We've had, I don't know companies that you've had in the past 20 years, but I know we have several contractors on site that are doing general plant maintenance and repairs. And then, also on the sewer side, but we're not talking about the sewer side.
But
is
those are
good.
specialized and they stay, you don't go out for rebidding and all that kind of stuff.
Some of them actually, we will, and we're actually working with Finance Department right now to look at contracts that are up for rebidding and expiration to get contractors for the next fiscal year or the next 5 years.
Yes, okay, yeah, because I don't think Hopewood likes to change contractors, but it's always been a pet peeve of mine, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to see that's working
Yes.
somewhere.
Yeah, things are getting done, and the good news is, and I'm proud of this, 2 years in a row, we've had no violations at the facility. Even given the failures and the mechanical downtime that we've had, we've maintained compliance for 2 years in a row. And I commend staff for that.
Phenomenal job.
All right,
right,
Counselor
so-
Denton?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we approve the budget appropriation of 6.5 million to cover the accounts that are over budget, as well as current and future expenses to carry us through the end of June the 30th, 2024. And to give permission, I guess, to the mayor to sign the resolution. Do you need that?
I was just gonna say, do you mind just saying, in addition to your motion, as approved or as presented in the resolution?
As approved in the resolution.
Okay. I'll second it. Vice Mayor Gore?
All right, because it says Fund 32 in the resolution. All right. I just think it's really, we need to do some cleaning clarity right now, because there's a lot of comments and questions. One, most of the money has been spent on emergencies or other needs, right? Boom. Two, and Mr. Branson, jump in as well as appropriate, please. The public needs to hear that this is not going to happen again. What the public is hearing, that we're over $6 million in the department, and now you're asking for $6 million. That does not look good, right? So the public needs to know that because of this issue, there's been additional things on the back end with the finance department to ensure in our financial systems, overages like this do not occur without other checks and balances. They also need to know that, like you said, there's a whole conversation in regards to contracts, and there's requests for studies, et cetera, to address some of the infrastructure needs of the plant. The other important thing is council has made the request to note, again, it's not your doing, move the financial people underneath the plant to the finance department for better accounting and training. And then also, is there anything else that we can say so the public knows the immediate changes that were made once everyone was made aware of these issues? What else can you add to this?
Well, how?
I'm asking Mr. Branson.
Yeah, Councilor Gore, I think you hit the high points there. One is we have the accountant that was the HWR, who's still working on things there, is now reporting to finance. I've been working very closely with her. The procurement person that was in the regional water has left the city. He's no longer working for the city. And there were some issues specifically with this. The city does have in our procurement and our accounts payable, we do have in place that if you're overspending a line item, you have to, it won't let you spend that. So then we have to have a discussion about where's this money coming from. And that was continually overridden, that we found out in November.
Wow.
That it was being overridden. So the natural, kind of stopping points of this and discussion points of this weren't happening. So that is no longer happening. The procurement has been moved fully into to finance, and we'll still be doing all the work for regional water.
And billing has been picked up as well, right, and corrected?
Yes, that's correct. So yeah, we've tried to close all the loopholes that allowed this to be done, and the other piece of it, we're just looking every month at what's actually going on within each of the enterprises, and.
Because this is also like a
that's-
perfect storm,
yeah.
honestly, right? Because this is clearly past practices of staff and
Yep.
other situations that have just accumulated to this point. Had there not been the emergency errors, we would not have known about these issues for Dr. Maker to work with you all on this to correct. So just want to make sure the public knows that there had been immediate corrective actions in regards to address this, and then also to recoup funding. So I just want to make sure that's clear for
Correct.
those hearing this information.
Yeah, and I can assure you, Vice Mayor Gore, the building that you mentioned, yeah, we're up to date on that. And the building issue was this hauled waste, this outside revenue billing. That's all caught up and up to date, and
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Holloway?
I got so much. Because I'm trying to figure out how the department has permission to spend this much money without getting approval first. I mean, I would like that answered, because
Those are I can't speak for them, but I can say in prior audits, and this has been addressed with the prior administration, a former finance director, and the prior audits, they said that there were security controls in regards to who had what permissions in Munis, and that needed to be corrected.
Who approves it? Because we talking about.
No, what I'm saying is that it's always been annotated as being an issue. Staff always said they were addressing it, but clearly they never did. And so now we're finding out that it was never addressed. Staff was never told to stop doing what they was doing until now. And Dr. Maker has worked with Vicki and also Mr. Branson and the Robert Bob Group to fix it. But this has been a historical problem from prior administrations that was never addressed.
I would say
mean, my
that I would
concern,
say that
personally, I feel like, everybody here knows that my situation right now, and I'm just trying to figure out how we talking about misuse of funds, and this happening without any problem. How's it happen? And who goes to jail from wastewater?
So I would say in the past, well, let's just say the finance procedures, operating procedures indicated that the finance director has the responsibility to give permissions to the system. The IT department execute those decisions made by the finance director as to who can override. That's not an easy, I mean, even for me as the IT director, I could not override the system, especially not financial information, without ultimate permission. And
Permission
those
from who?
permissions come from the finance director.
Not the
So-
city manager.
No, it's a financial database system.
But he
And
would
the
have to
finance
get-
director has the ultimate decision to allow a override. And
No,
I'm
it's
speaking
not.
from as the IT director, not the city manager. I'm saying in the past, that has never been a practice that even a technical person could do.
No, but
That
he has
you had to
still
get the
get
permission to
from the city
override, to allow overages that always came from the finance department.
And then council is never.
consulted.
No.
Well, that was, listen,
Is this something that's written up in policy or somebody just doing whatever they wanted to do, is my question.
The latter.
Doing what they wanted to do.
Because I'm trying to figure
Doing
out
what
if
they
it's
wanna
also a
do.
misuse of funds.
Doing what they want to do.
I'm not aware of any misuse of funds, but there definitely were controls that weren't being followed.
Well, that's be a misuse of funds if the controls weren't followed.
Well, the controls just didn't allow us to notice things were going on in terms of how the funds were spent. Everything I've seen is appropriate, but it's, it should have come to the council much earlier. Should have been, the alarm should have been raised a lot earlier.
Staff
And
should know
partly-
not to
Did-
override Jack. Honestly,
What?
I don't
That's
see us
not
like we at
appropriate.
work and just overriding millions of dollars. That's the problem.
Spending $6.5 million and the council doesn't even know, sir, is not appropriate.
I agree. I'm not saying it's appropriate. I'm just saying that.
No, you just said it was appropriate.
No, he
said
said-
this.
No, I'm saying what they're using it, what they're
No.
using it,
What they
what they're
use it
using it
for.
for.
No.
Yeah, it's a health and.
You're talking about, when you talk about misuse of
environmental
funds, I'm
hazard,
thinking
it's not
not
personal.
spending funds on appropriate things.
Right.
With the-
Yeah.
Not that it was appropriate to overspend and not talk about it with the councils, absolutely not. It needed to come for,
Correct.
Dick and I talked about this in November, after I was shortly there, and he needed some time to go through and look at everything, and so it's before you now. But, yes, it should have been raised.
But isn't there some type of
Much
oath
earlier.
that financial officers take about doing that? Isn't there some type of oath that you all take too, just like we do?
I don't think, I'm not aware of any oaths, but we need to be very honest, and because all we have is a reputation and how we act. And so, yes, there's a high level of fiduciary responsibility
That's the word I'm
to the
talking
city and how we act.
Fiduciary.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion? All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Nope.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Thank you.
5-2, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, we have nothing for reports of city manager, attorney, clerk. Moving down to closing counselor remarks. We will start with Counselor Holloway.
I have I'm sorry. I want a motion to reconsider my last vote. I want to say no. That's a motion I can make.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I want to say
Motion to
no.
reconsider her vote.
Yep.
All right, motion on the floor is to allow Vice Mayor Gore to do a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Okay?
It's still going to
I
pass,
couldn't
though.
hear this. I couldn't hear the motion.
So
The motion on the floor is to allow Vice Mayor Gore to do a motion to reconsider her vote, so that way she can change her vote.
It still will pass.
All right, roll call.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yeah.
Counselor
Sorry.
Pelham,
Sorry.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Thank
Counselor
you, guys.
Harris.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry. I just can't do that.
All right, now closing remarks. Counselor Holloway.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for your hard work and going forward. And what's this gentleman's name?
Mr. Thompson.
Mr.
No.
Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your your hard work and your position with the facility. And thank you to the fellow counselors and coming together in unity to make Hopewell come together with its financial and fiduciary responsibilities. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again to the audience who came out tonight. Thank you all, and I hope you have a safe travel back to your homes.
Okay. Counselor Pellin?
Yes, I attended the CPMT meeting, and right now we're under budget, which is pretty good. So we're doing better in that area of spending for the children of Hopewell. I also attended a HR housing meeting. I would say it was interesting. I did get invited into closed session, but so that was it. That was also interesting. But they have advertisement now for people who want to apply for public housing, but the dates are March the 1st through the 5th. I inquired about why do we do that on the weekend for 2 days, and no one's there to assist the people if they have questions. So 2 of the 3 days people have to manage on their own on the computer, so that if you know anyone that wants to apply for public housing, those dates are March the 1st through the 5th. 2 dates encumber a weekend, so make sure you have all your documents together to upload to the computer if you know how to do all that stuff. So that was probably one of the more important things that came out of it. And I'll report again next month when we meet again. And happy, we ending up Black History Month. So we didn't have a Black History program this year, not for the last several years, but maybe next year we'll be able to do something in that regard.
Counselor Denton?
Just thought that I did go to the MPO meeting. I'm beginning to know what they're talking about. Not a whole lot, but I just say yes. So thank you, Johnny. That's it.
All right. Counselor Joyner?
I would like to thank the individuals that attended the meeting tonight. I wanted to draw attention to last week I attended the annual police awards ceremony, and it's a remarkable ceremony. And I think when you attend something like that, you realize the tremendous sacrifices that these officers give every day. They make tremendous sacrifices. Their families as well make tremendous sacrifices, and it was just wonderful to hear the various incidents that had occurred during the year and how they had responded. The ceremony was absolutely flawless, and the quality of the officers serving is extremely high, and it made me very, very proud of our police force here in the city. And happy, we're having a leap year this year, so enjoy the leap year. And yeah, so anyway, thank you all, and good evening.
All right. Counselor Harris?
Yeah, I want to start off by apologizing to our citizens and the council for my absence from the dais. And I want to also thank them at the same time because they have graciously accepted my virtual activity and helping me to stay in the loop. And I just want to assure all of the citizens here in Hopewell that I am still on top of things, and I will be back. I want you to be patient with me and pray for me and my family in regards to me getting back in the right place. And I appreciate everybody that came out tonight and everybody that's listening in to keep up with what we are attempting to do in the city. And I think that we will eventually be back in the pink as we need to be. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gore?
I'm planning to call a Ward 4 meeting. It was brought to my attention that some of the letters that were mailed last time did not arrive to people's houses in time. I think it's because of the Thanksgiving holiday. So I'm gonna ask the city manager to work with me to help schedule that again with all of the other directors. In addition to that, I'm looking forward to working on an initiative to bring back to council regards to youth summer program, again, for workforce. And then also some other ideas that I've heard from some members in the community. I also want to say I'm glad to be back at the council chamber since I had Adeline Swaddling. She just turned 5 months, like 2 days ago. Soon enough, she'll be here to see everyone. And also, I just want to say good meeting, good conversation. We are moving in the right direction. Sometimes we disagree on how to do that, but the fact of the matter is, today again showed that there's a consensus on how to do a lot of the good stuff that we're trying to do. Just as a reminder, we had our retreat / beginning retreat, I guess you can say. So we need to have some conversation to circle back to some of these priorities that we would like to present to the public in regards to what the city council would like to work on. Just want to say thank you again to council for participating in that along with the Robert Bob Group and staff. That's it.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I went to Dr. Morris's appointment today, and he wanted me to pass on to Vice Mayor Gore and all the council that a representative from Senator Warner's office came to his office to talk about blue zones.
Oh my gosh,
And the blue zones are getting more attention, and there potentially would be some more monies coming or whatever, but they had he took an hour of his doctor time to talk to them, so I thought that was, I just happened to see him after the meeting, so thank you for that effort.
Thank you.
Well, as someone that has to get on a plane tomorrow morning, I have no closing comments. Is there a motion to adjourn? All in favor say aye.
Aye.